Hello everybody, welcome. We are back, we're playing Legend of Zelda. Hello. Hey, Daddy Generic Minority. Yeah, good to see you. Welcome. Okay, when we last left, we were looking up at we had to look up how to get to the forest because I was too stupid to realize I needed to go back through the depths. We are looking up at the great Deku tree, who looks like he's having a really bad time. Also, look at how sad this Korok looks. Look at him. He's like got his head down and everything. He's just like, ugh. He's such a sad little guy. Oh my goodness. This guy also look at him. This looks like a horror game. My God. Also, I'm wearing gloves because my hands are fucking cold. Man. It is chilly in here. The Deku tree is always having a bad time. Look at this poor man. He's got cool Sakura-colored leaves now, though. I'm gonna go over here first, just so I have a teleportation spot. I've been blessed. I guess we do the shrine first, because I know me, and I will forget about this. So we'll hit the shrine and then talk to the Deku tree. The Deku tree's looking like he's in rough shape. We should probably talk to him before we try to climb on it, though. But I hope everybody's been having a good weekend. Happy Sunday. On Monday, for those of you who live in the future. If anybody wants to catch up on our adventures thus far, you can find it on YouTube. It's in its own playlist, so swing to hit. You know, at least it's not one of those naked ones that just makes me use robots. What am I hitting? I see. Oh, that was it. Oh. Alright. Okay. I find it odd that I can't pull it closer to me. Like, it doesn't tighten chain enough. Oh, whatever. Okay, well that hits it, but it doesn't reach far enough. Time to solve that problem with a giant-ass box. Nothing could possibly go wrong. That is not dangerous at all. I don't know what you mean. There we go. Oh, I didn't even actually realize I was opening this gate. I am not always the smartest blob in the shed. Let's see, where are we going next? Okay, well first we're going to go get the treasure chest. Because of course we're going to go get the treasure chest. Because I am greedy. I'm a dirty crime boy. We're here for money. Oh, can I not get on top of this? Oh, I hate that. Alright, fine. Okay, we're fine. I thought we were gonna get stuck. I thought we were gonna get stuck right away. Oh no. There we go. Whoo! First try. I do enjoy being a dirty crime boy. It is one of my favorite pastimes. Now it's time to kill ourselves. Oh, no, we made it. Alright, I thought we were definitely not going to. Alright, so clearly our goal is to... Okay. Alright. I find it odd that it doesn't slide all the way. Oh no, it keeps going. Come on, it's just staying. And we gotta hit the thing that's on the other side of it? Well, I mean, we've kind of already got it set up, right? Like, this is fine. Go! No. No. I guess I should attach it to the top, right? So it'll poke it in the middle, right? So you just put this in the middle. I'm thinking, I'm big braining, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. And we can just kind of like stick this right there. Go! Oh, it's way too heavy. Cheat! Go! A little further. Come on. No, doesn't count. Hey, how's it going? Launch the block with a pole on top. I'm guessing I can use the block to add weight down here. And then I can put this... I don't know why I spun it that way. It was already facing that right way. Come here. Yeah. Yeah. Could you be a little bit more straight? I mean... come on. Come on. Really? There we go. Okay. Good enough. Maybe. We're gonna find out. Oh, you couldn't sleep? Oh, well, then hopefully give you a good time. Let's go! There we go. We got it! Easy. Easy. Did you guys know that Daddy Exploratory Minds is coming on the channel in November on the 9th? I'm working on the thumbnail for that actually currently. Yes. Furry grandmother and goat granddad. Oh, sorry, any generic minority. I was looking at exploratory... Listen, don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't pay attention to me. My brain isn't... My brain is not. That's where we're at right now. That's how currently conscious I am at the moment. What are we at? How many we got? Holy shit, we have 11! We have 11 of these motherfuckers. Uh-oh. We should probably go get some more hearts or something. Thanks. Thanks for the power. The daddy part is the joke. It isn't part of the joke to say the joke, though? Yeah, I gotta go pray to a goddess. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Alright, it's so quiet here. These guys are so sad. They almost look like they're... because they don't really move, right? Like, they don't, like, wiggle around or anything. They almost look like they're frozen. Alright, well, I guess let's talk to the Deku Tree. Excuse me, Deku Tree. You're... Oh. What is this? Hello? Are you guys alright? Oh my god, this looks terrible. Oh no! Oh no, did the Deku Tree get a hole right up his ass? Oh no! Oh well, I found a goddess shrine. Hi. That was convenient. Claim your blessings. Yes, I would love... My stamina's already pretty good. Our stamina's cracked. We've actually almost got it to, we've almost got it to full. That's funny. Go and bring peace to the world. Oh, this place ain't looking so... oh, that is a... Yeah, that is a fuck off hole. Are they... Does the Deku Tree talk to me? Like... Sir? Hello? Thank you for the mushroom? Buddy? Pal? Friend? Oh, no. My stomach is not well. Oh, yeah, I don't think it's your stomach, bud. I don't think it's your stomach. Pretty sure just this is just straight up your ass. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Alright, let's go. Oh, this deep. Oh, that's deep. Coral Grove? What? Oh, fuck no. Oh, fuck no. Wait. Fuck you! Super fuck you! Oh, I blew myself up. Hold on, I need to eat. I was not prepared for this. You know, I should have been prepared for this. Why should I have been prepared for this? Because it gave me freaking food. It gave me a spot to make food, and I didn't do it because I'm an idiot. We are not in the right frame of mind for this. I just got here. Oh God. What do we want for a hat? Do we want like a hat that's... Oh, maybe this one. Let's go! Fuckers. Get me out of the gloom for a second. Can you fuck off? I will not. I refuse. Oh my god. You guys are the worst. I can't even, like, heal either, because it's, like, gloom stuff. Alright, so I'm gonna need some... Oh, I should have probably picked out a different weapon also, actually. Where's my good pokey stick? Oh god, let go of me now! Fuck you! Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you! Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you! What? Phantom Cannon? Fuck you! Oh, I do not like that. Oh, I did not jump the right direction. I had a fairy! Could you fucking go away forever? Oh, I jumped the wrong direction. I actually did a lot better in my panic than I thought I would. I was not prepared for this fight. Alright, so I need some food that is Gloom Revival or something. Okay. Thank God I have a weapon that's effective. Oh shit, I'm in the fight already. Okay, we are in the bottom of the hole. I can't prepare anything. Shit ass. Alright. Okay. Let's go. Where is he? Where are you? How did that? Why did that hit me in the eye? Alright, we only lost 2 hearts this time. We're Gucci. Alright, where is he? That's not what I'm trying to do. Oh, you're a dick. You are super dick. That still hit me. Oh, no. I'd appreciate it if you could. There we go, we got it. Scourge of the Deacon Tree. If I can get the dodge timing down on it, we'll be fine. But oof, oofy, spoofy. All right. Nope, that's not our pants. I don't know if we want, like, a specific outfit for this. Like, because I don't have the hood for the anti-gloom stuff. So I don't know if there's a better hood. Like, I mean, I could just be a bokoblin. Get some glow. Yeah, the bombs are, or this has more armor on it, I guess. Alright, where are the gloom hands? Where are they? What the fuck? Oh, they're there. Little fuckers. I didn't change my weapons. Die forever. Please die forever. Alright, where is he? Come here, you fucking. God damn it! Fuck you! You know who you dick. Shields! My thing didn't turn back into a sheep. Boo! Jump fast enough. Actually, I can eat during this. I can eat during this fight because I haven't lost any actual... Wait, do I have no just for HP recovery? Oh, this will be fine. There we go. Oh, he looks gross. Please die. How come that didn't hit me? Yeah! There we go. Attack up, attack up, attack up! Fuck you! much mattered. Die, fuck you. Fuck you, Deku Tree. Probably could defeat all this darkness if you had some kind of sword for masters. You know, the type of sword that's for masters that fights the darkness, maybe? Oh. He didn't really give me a quest. He just says my stomach hurt, and then I jumped down a hole, and I was like, oh, go fuck yourself. This is the first time I've beaten the hands, by the way. Every time I just run away from them. Oh, you guys look like you're feeling better. And how am I supposed to get back up? How am I supposed to get back up here exactly? Okay. I almost walked away without taking my spoils of war. Demon King bow? Bruh. Yes, but what? Fuck this. They look identical side by side. Gloom sword? Its gloom will gradually wear down the body of its wielder. What? Does it like... does swinging it do damage to me? Is there anything here that I like don't want? I guess I don't really care about the magic rods. I guess I can ascend through this. I would assume I can ascend through some of these mushy mushes. They do seem like Dark Soul weapons. Oh boy, oh boy goes. Where's my next spot? Is it just like right here? That was not what I wanted. Please, thank you. Hey, Manya, how you doing? Oh, I hope everybody's having a good day. And I hope everybody's had a good weekend. Oh my goodness, yeah. Oh, Jesus. Hello? What the fuck? Have you seen a Korok named Okai? Oh, you don't even know who Okai is, huh? I wonder where he went. Maybe he's hiding in the Deku Tree's mouth. If you want to know where his mouth is, it's right above the sore spot. Spore spot? So, general shop? Oh, what do you got? You got mushrooms, you got mushrooms, more mushrooms. I mean, the defensive mushrooms and the damage mushrooms are pretty great. Right above the sore spot, like, so like, can I... Showing somebody getting rattled. big rattle. Nobody wants to. Oh, I'm at the top of the Deku Tree. I remember this place. Okay, I probably don't need to wear this goofy ass outfit anymore. This goofy ass haphazard nonsense that I put together at the last second to try to survive. Hello. Walton? Did I do it? Did I hide things well enough? Oh, Mr. Hero, is that you? You see, I wanted to play with everyone by making them hunt for treasure, so I hid stuff around the Deku Tree, but I want to make sure I hid things well enough, so I need someone to test it out. I don't want to ruin it for the Kuroks. I'll test it! A Forest Dweller sword and a Forest Dweller spear. I hid them higher than the Deku Tree's face. If you find them, bring them to me. Alright. We're playing hide and seek, let's go. After fighting this terrifying creature monster, a good game of hide and seek is well within my rights. Let's see. Do you guys see it? I spy with my little eye a traveler's sword and a traveler's spear. Yeah, I told you guys we were gonna end up climbing all over the Deku Tree. This is his face, by the way, that I just climbed up. That's his eyebrow. Missing persons list. She's gonna be hanging out with JF's wife. Traveler's sword. Traveler's spear. How far out of the tree do you think it could be? I mean, I imagine it could be all the way. Oh, like, I'm in the forest now. Jesus Christ. No, don't send me back. No, please. Jesus Christ, I'm in the Lost Woods at that point. Oh, I have noticed that I'm lagging a little bit because of where I'm holding my hands. I will move. That is my fault. No sword here. Maybe it'll be better to start from the bottom and work our way up. Hetsu! He made it home, and the corks told me that Iggy stopped floating the air was making things weird around here. I've only got 3, sorry. The force is normal again, if you have a minute. Yeah, sure, I'm just playing hide and seek. I have a friend who they say saw a big whirly circle. They say it's in an area with water. If it's really real, I want to see it myself. Even a picture would do. It's too dangerous to leave here. Okay, wants a picture of a swirly thing. My head's all fuzzy. What are you doing? Oh, yes! The tree was in agony and an ominous fog came out of his mouth. Then a bunch of us Koroks started acting funny. You got depressed. They got depressed. I'm sorry, I lied. I actually couldn't move and I don't remember what happened. It was so sudden. Okay, well, that's fine. Thank you, bearded little fellow. Where is the spot to talk to the tree? God damn it! This place is so confusing. Oh, God, stop! Please. God help. Oh, there it is. Hello? I thought you were dead. So it is you. I must apologize. I am still quite groggy, as though I am awakening from a bad dream. You rid me of that unpleasantness deep within me. You went to great trouble to restore me. Yeah, I've definitely, like, peed my pants a little bit. I'm freaked out. Sometimes, have you been well? Yes, the last we spoke, that was when you came here with the princess to retrieve the Master Sword. I did not come with the princess. My hands are cold. Put that 2 of them on.
It is good to see you, Princess Zelda of Hyrule, and Link, Keeper of the Master Sword. Your blade has been fully restored. Go on then, Link. Draw it once more.
Great Deku Tree. Thank you so much.
There is no need for thanks. I merely watched over its renewal.
Oh, this is from after the last...
It
After
is
the last game, before
amazing
this
that
game.
a sword can heal itself, no matter how badly damaged it becomes.
Fee just gets the shit kicked out of her every goddamn fucking game.
It can do more than heal. The sword will continue to gain strength if bathed in sacred power. The stronger that power, the more powerful the sword becomes. The potential of this fabled blade may well be limitless. Truly the work of a goddess.
So it's
A
busted.
sword that grows ever stronger.
That was a look of
The
concern.
master sword.
That's a look of, oh, we might need to lock this thing away. Cracked. Absolutely correct. But the sword, it would seem that you no longer wield it. Where is it gone? What's this then? You don't know where the Master Sword is? I see, yet I can sense it, even now. There can be no mistake. It's here. It's in the desert? Okay. In the sky. Okay. It's moving. Oh, is it on a dragon? Oh, no. Okay. Well, first I need to, hold on, I need to climb up your face. Because I understand there's a big deal going on, and there's a lot of trouble, and, you know, people are dying, and there's monsters across the land, but, I have a game of hide and seek to complete. Oh, it is the dragon? Oh, that could be. Alright, so, yeah, sorry, don't mind me. I just gotta climb over your mustache here. Don't mind, I'm just gonna, excuse me, pardon me, pardon me. Do. See, and this is why we get all the stamina in the world. So that way, we don't have to worry about it. When it comes to, like, combat, you just gotta get good. You don't really need HP. Just be better at the game than I am. Alright, come on. Where... he said that it was... I'm not wrong, right? He said above the head. Am I crazy? Did I just, like, screw up this game of hide and seek immediately, like, as soon as we started? Oh. I found it. Do I have to... Wait, do I have to pick it up and give it to him? Because, like, I found one of them. Oh, I have to bring them to him. Higher than here. Okay, so... Well, I want this mushroom. Thanks. Alright, you know what? We're gonna come back to hide and seek later, because I do not want... I have good gear, and I don't want to lose it to stupid stick. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna take one more circle around the tree just to make sure we didn't miss anything important. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, do you think, like, me just picking the sword up and throwing it at him will count as giving it to him? Bringing it to him? If that counts, I'll go do that. Eggy. Man, I sure am glad I saved this Gleeok horn. Yeah, didn't somebody say they were in the Deku tree's mouth or something? What was that? Somebody I was supposed to talk to? Oh, mate. Tomatoes. I just climbed all over his mouth. I'll talk to this guy again. Where did you say this guy was? Okay, maybe he's hiding in the Deku tree's mouth. If you want to know where his mouth is right above the spore. Oh, the spore store. That's hilarious. Okay, so this is like right here. Like. I've been spotted! I wonder how you got in here. Well, I guess what? We're in the Deku tree's mouth. Guess what else? I put together a secret room in here. Right now I'm fixing up the decor, but I need more pretty things. I need 4 blue nightshades that glow gently at the night, 2 vivid bright bloom seeds. For the bright bloom seeds, I'm looking for something bigger than what you can find at the general shop. This is why I need to finish my super secret room. I think I have all that. Okay. Young Chesh being asked to bring something to someone and then just going to climb a tree. I mean, that's not inaccurate. Very nice. I enjoy that there's basically a Korok in here playing Animal Crossing. Korok fabric on the design for the glider? Oh, okay, cool. I'm a hero. How do I leave? Can I collect all this shit back from this guy? That'd be kind of douchey. Alright. Ah, don't fall. Was higher than here, so there's 2 spots. Unless the sword was the one that's right higher than here, and it's the thing that we just saw. And the spear is like sticking in the Deku tree's face somewhere. Like he's using it as like a fucking toothpick or something. Your face, you tree man. Oh shit. Oh shit. Ah! I found a mushroom. Oh god, this place is so... This hurts my brain. Stop. Oh my god. Swampy nonsense. Alright, there we go. Alright. We're back to his face. I wonder if that's uncomfortable for the Deku. off, Blood Moon. Nobody cares. Can't even see the Blood Moon in this area.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon the land, the aimless spirits of slain monsters return to flesh. The world is threatened once again.
So the Blood Moons are, like, random, right? That, like, you can... There are some specific ways usually to trigger them, but there's, like... There isn't a specific time frame between the Blood Moons. At least in the previous game. That was the wrong one. Except, at least in the previous game. I'm not entirely sure how it works out here, but I'm wondering how often they are, because I think the randomness of it stops after a certain amount of time. So, like, as you do things, and as you complete actual tasks, the timer kind of goes down until it reaches, like, a breaking point. But I'm kind of curious to know, like, what that amount of time would look like if you were to actually be completing these tasks in real life. Because that would be, like... it would be kind of funny if it happened to work out to about a month. It's an empath. I don't see no spear. I think that little Korok's fucking with me. Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. I think that this little guy did a good job in his hide and seek. There it is. Ooh, that is a good spot. His hints were kind of shit, to be honest. I found them. Are you serious? This little shit. Yeah, it was hard. I don't want them. Below his face. It's not hidden on the ground, nor in his navel. So below his face, but not... Okay. I don't know if I want to keep this... I mean, the sword's not bad. Like, this shit is not... It's not shabby. I mean, I kind of got one of those. Hey, you know what? This is fine. I'll keep them. Why not? Yes, we've already got bigger on sword. Woo! Alright, it's not on the ground, but it's below his face. And it's not inside of him. This is below his face. His mustache? I mean, I was kind of thinking that, but we didn't see anything there when I was looking at it. Oh my god. Like, please. Egg. Nice. Alright. Not in there. Because I'm assuming this is his navel, right? Because he said his stomach hurts. So, I'm assuming that is basically his belly button. Gross. The Dagger Tree literally actually just had his ass blown out. I don't see anything wedged in there. No, nothing. Eggs. Eggies. At least he was nice enough to specify that it's not on the ground. What the hell, Toolin? Where are my little buddies, actually, now that I'm looking around? Neither of them are here. Weird. We take those. No shield. No shield. Hey, how's it going? Oh, you had to look it up? Damn. I am not above looking things up. I'm all down for that. Like, particularly if you're not gonna remember. Me like wedged in like some little nook or cranny. What's that? Did I find it? Hey! We got it! Oh, that's fancy looking. Yeah! Take that, fucko! Get out of my way. Let's go! Damn. I figured it was gonna be in some little fucking nook. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have to look something up, then don't. I'm just not, I don't like to, like, say people shouldn't or can't or whatever. You know what I mean. As long as you're enjoying the game, it doesn't really matter. Unless you're doing like a speedrunner or something like that. I got some Wendy's lemonade. Super good. It's an invisible cup. Or is it invisible? Or you guys... Hold on. Oh yeah, I know it shows. Alright. Let's go! How hard is it? It was hard. Yeah, you should probably pick an easier spot for that one. Thanks. My bow stash is full. My bow stash is full. My bow stash is pretty fucking rad right now, to be honest. What is this one? The straight. Oh no. Alright. What you got for me? Oh, it's got the triple shot. Thanks! Yay! We did it! Let's get the fuck out of here. Get me out of this fucking hellhole! Bye! It's about the journey. It was about the friends we made along the way. Maka, it's been a while. Maybe you should go see how it's going over there. Over there? Up ahead, there's a special place. In the forest is a wide open space. There's a green swirl. You can see an island floating in the sky from there. Maka loves that place. Oh, but since it's covered in lost fog, only Koroks can go there, so you can't come with me. But I'll tell you where to find it if you show me your map. Alright. You can see an island floating in the sky from there. I wonder if you could see it into the forest from the sky island, too. Well, that's where we're going. This is where I've decided we are going. We are going to leave the hell out of it. We're getting the fuck out of Dodge. Alright, hold on. Before we do that, we should equip this shit. And make this shit not shit. Let's make this shit good shit. Alright. Triple shot. 15 multiplied by 3. That's dirty. Alright, what do we have that we can use to... Oh, stop that. Stop that! There we go. Alright, we've got the Gleeok wing. That's not for that. We don't have anything above a 24? I almost feel like we should wait. I found 2 great fairies, but one of them I haven't activated yet. You know what it's time to do? It's time to use up our ice Gleeok shit. It's time to use up our ice Gleeok stuff. It is time to go fight the fire Gleeok. We are gonna do it. Am I out of the woods? Or did it just send me backwards? Okay, no, it just teleported me. We're good. Wait, nope, wait, did it? No, how do I leave? I thought he said I could just leave by walking through here. Apparently, he lied to me. Is this not the exit? Maybe the exit's this side. Oh my god. Oh, you can't go past here. Hey, no passing here. Oh, you're a Highland. Since you're not a Korok, I guess I can't stop you. That string showed up in the forest. I saw something similar to that, but it looks kind of different. Okay. But when I tried to go back, there was a bunch of monsters coming out of the woodwork. Tree monsters and bone monsters, so I'm keeping guard here to warn other Koroks. It's really dangerous. If I can stop Hylians who are feeling brave, just be careful. Oh, and the flowers are there to help keep you from getting lost, so don't go picking them. I'm taking all the flowers. Yeah, apparently. Oh, good. Trash mobs. My favorite. I have this gnarled wooden stick. I got stuck. I could no longer move. Why can I not hit this thing? What the fuck, man? Come on. Jeez, man. Oops, I didn't mean to pick the nightshade. I meant to just pick up the stuff. I should probably eat something. I'm so used to having like 0 HP. Ah, swinging this thing sucks. Ugh. Thanks. How does this bigger on sword have a bigger wind-up than the tree? Like, you gotta be kidding me. Oh god, it's giving me such a hard time. It is so not my style. Trees, man. Oh. Ah! That man came out of nowhere. He's running at me. Oh, that's right here. We did it! We found the shrine. Good shit. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, I wasn't expecting stalls. Like, stalls makes total sense. See the crystal connected to the beam. Ah, I see. Okay. Oh. Why did I fall down? How rude. I can shoot 3 bombs at a time. Ouch. Come me up! Ah, fuck you. Oh shit. I didn't think he was gonna throw yet. I thought he was gonna knock his face in. Gonna do that? Do that thing? Hello. Oh, fuck! Get on his face! Ah, shit. Run! 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 Ooh. Run! Yeah. There you go, bud. There you go, bud. I can't believe that still hit me. That is nonsense. This dude's a bastard. It's okay, I ate some You're dead. Get out of here. Woo! I probably shouldn't have used Vigoron's sword. I probably should have used, like, my... I don't need that. Well, actually, hold on. I do currently have a shield. I do not have anything for... I feel like it's gonna wreck the shield, but, Plus 13. Do they make good hammers? I was told to put that shit on shields. Alright, we'll try a hammer next time. What do you mean? I'm standing literally on top of the fucking thing that it told me to follow. Fuck you, Lost Woods, you piece of shit. Lying ass motherfuckers. Fine, I'll just walk in a straight line, see if I fucking care. Dick. Off the crystal, I will bring you the light that banishes evil. Thanks. Thanks, bro. Big preach. Boogity 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 boogity, ancient magic. Whoopie spooky. Are you guys impressed how quickly I beat that Ganon Phantom? I'm so proud of myself. I'm good at video games. Hell yeah. Hey, Akamoto, good to see ya. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hype, 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 hype. Hey, I was able to come here again thanks to you. I actually secretly followed you. I was a little scared of the monsters, but I managed because of you. It seems like it's shaped differently than what I saw before. I wonder who moved such a big boulder. How strange. None shall pass? Question mark? It's time for you to take your reward. Thanks, Jafar. Jafar, he's our man. If he can't do it, great. Give me stuff. Money? Diamond. Less. I'll take that. Let's go. Okay, what do you guys think of Rauru as a character? I don't know a super huge ton about him, right? You like him? He seems like a good chap. Better than King Rome. Yeah, he's definitely more like, King Rome had nothing to do in the first game. King Rome was there to be a tutorial guy, and then nothing else had anything to do with him. Like, they literally gave King Rome, like, literally nothing. We're here for dirty crime. Hell yeah. The one true type of crime. Dirty. There are many varieties of crime. Could I please get schmeppos in the chat? Thank you very much. Yeah, we've been grabbing the tears on our way. Did you know that the singer for Iron Maiden did a solo album in which he did a song called Tears of the Dragon? I do not remember what year it came out in. Don't ask me. Come on, zoom in. It is likely available on YouTube. You may have to search his name. Okay, I don't really know how to leave, so I'm just gonna I'm just gonna leave. I don't know how to get out. And last time I committed to finding my own way out, I was in the depths for 3 episodes. So we're just gonna go. It's fine. We're gonna go get cream. Yep. Wibble wobble, wibble wobble, wibble wobble. That lizard just disappeared into fucking nothing. Damn, alright. Okay. So as we stare off. Do you think we have anything she can upgrade? While we're here, I mean, we might have something. I prefer, personally, to not fast travel when I'm not doing something specific. Just because I like wandering around. I like finding shit. Hello! Oh, you alright?
Huh? Mm. Huh?
Yeah, let's go.
Mm.
We never skip the queen. We never skip the queen. I wish my green screen would stop grabbing some shadow that I don't know where it's coming from. Probably my share. Yeah, when you're just trying to finish quests. Yeah. Because I'm streaming this too, I do want to try to like actually get through things so that way we're not just aimlessly wandering all the time. I mean, as much as I do enjoy aimlessly wandering. Part of the fun is the struggle, right? Nice. Yeah, I got the list. She's so cute. I love the Grey Fairies so much. They're the best. Got one more pair of pants. 2 pairs of pants. Let's go. I'm gonna have to collect more deep fireflies apparently. I love the Great Fairies so much. They're just fun. Man, those upgraded gloom pants would have been real nice. Whoopsie. Man, I didn't know what was gonna happen. I thought I was gonna go down some hole and some nasty hole shit was gonna happen, and I was right. Hebra North Mountains. Yeah, I've been there. Bye. She doesn't want to come out of her hole. Alright. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. and we'll move on to the next thing. I'm going to grab the. I'm gonna try and go to this Skyview Tower, or sorry, not Skyview Tower. I want to try to go to this spot in here. It's supposed to be in the sky, right? So I want to see if it's possible to get to here. We might. It might be in our best interest to go from, like, I don't even know. We have batteries now, though. We probably go from here, actually. So we're gonna fast travel there, and we will be right back. Hello there, and welcome back. Hoi, 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 hoi. What's up? I fixed the background a little bit, hopefully. With any luck. We did get a redeemed save, so thank you so much for utilizing your points for that save. So when I die, I will not be absolutely doomed. Also, LeChonk, welcome, 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 welcome. We are currently in the sky view. We are looking for... So over there, somewhere, way off in the distance, there is a sky area that... that I guess is visible via the what's the word I'm looking for? The forest. So there's a Skyview tower I don't think we've hit yet. So I just want to look at my map and see what we're looking at here. Yeah, so there's a... Huh. Alright, so do we think the smart thing to do would be to go to that? That seems like the smart thing to do. Right, where's that at? Whoa! Whoa! Alright, well. That might be a hot minute. Alright. So I think we're heading this way. So I think we aim for this. But we need to build ourselves a flying machine to do so. So let's see, what do we have in our builder? We've got a flying machine. How convenient. We also need batteries, because we do have batteries, but we need more. We need more battery. We have... Do we have batteries? Do we have batteries? We need a steering wheel. And batteries. Alright, you know what? We will take out 2 batteries and a steering wheel. Nice. Alright. Now. We gotta make sure our plane is balanced. I'm assuming that putting the battery directly behind the fan is not gonna fuck it up. No, I want it balanced. I do not want to fuck up that. The golden saucer? Hell yeah. There we go. Now we get our steering wheel. We got some extra battery power. And off we go! Hopefully we can get far enough. We're a little bit top heavy. Okay, there goes one battery. We're aiming up a lot. We're a little heavy. Second battery's down. I don't know if we're gonna make it. Oh, we are definitely not gonna make it. And we drop like rocks! Let's go! We're gonna have to teleport back. We are nowhere close. Alright, we need a different plan. Oh, yeah, I guess we could have eaten a Zonai charge. Ah, damn! Well, it's gone now. Fuck! Alright, we'll have to try again. Ah, damn, we got almost halfway. Alright, that's fine, that's fine. We Gucci. We'll try again. Not first try. Do a backflip. We do a flip. Undo a flip. There you go. I can grab some extra bits. This game does not make it easy for you to get around the sky area. Or the go fuck yourself bottom area. Where's the goobers that this takes? Did I give that man all my goobers? Oh no, I got some goobers. What's this sucker gonna give me? Hey, we got some batteries. Good shit, good shit, good shit, good shit. And some fans. Alright, I'm gonna do one more because we want the batteries. We only got 2. We need more. More batteries. Honestly, I was really hoping my Zonite charges would last me a little longer. Part of our mistake was being too bottom heavy as well. We were a little bit too heavy for what we were trying to do. Alright. So, let's try our build path again. Alright. So we got our auto build. We got this thing. And like it's fine. It was okay. Right? It was alright. But we could try it with a hot air balloon. The hot air balloon might be better. We can put a fan on the hot air balloon. We put a flamer on it. I don't even know if we have a flamer though. Do we have a flamer? Do we have a flameo? We do not have a flameo. We got 6 batteries now though, so that's good. I guess we just fly again. Take out one of these. Take out 2 of those. I mean, do we still want 3 batteries? Or 3... Because we were kind of heavy. 3 batteries. 4 batteries. 2 fans. We don't have a steering wheel. Shit. We just gotta hope for the best. We just gotta hope we're facing the right direction. Alright, so we'll have to be careful about that. You think we can do it? You think we can do it here? Let's go for it. Alright. We just better fucking face the right direction. That's all I'm saying. Stop it. We don't want to be too back heavy, so we're going to try and balance this out a little bit. We definitely don't want to be too front heavy, because that was our problem last time. Alright, now we really got to make sure we're facing the right direction. So, is this not the right way? We are aiming for that right there. Is it that cube? Do you think that cube is closer? Like if we... If I put a thingy on that cube, and I put a thingy on this, Which is closer? That cube is so far away. Alright, yeah, fuck that. Okay, we're going to that thing. Alright. Are we facing it properly? I think so. That's pretty straight on, right? I used auto build. My auto build didn't have 3 fans on it and didn't have any batteries. I did the thing. Oh, I didn't turn it on. I forgot you needed to do that. We can kind of steer it a little bit. Okay, the batteries do not throw off the weight, because I was a little bit worried about that. We are ready to eat zone eye charges, just in case. We're turning a little bit. We don't want that. We're gonna lean this way just a little bit. Not too much. There we go. Up, turn. Hey, why are you giving me a hard time? Don't you blink out of existence. We're making it so good. We're doing so well. Don't you fucking start with me. I put in so much work. What do you mean? I made you, you bastard. How dare you? I've been betrayed. This is bullshit. What the fuck? This game fucked me. Oh well, at least I know I built it correctly. I'm so close. I got way closer this time. What is this fuck off nonsense? What is that? There's a fuck off hole. There's a tower. I guess we go to the tower. Cause like I mean we can try and make it to this. We're kinda close. Kinda? I think we aim for this. Hey, there's a dragon thing. There's a earth tattoo. And this is why we got all that stamina. We Gucci. Alright, well we'll do this. We'll go this way. We're fine. So, I knew they disappeared if you got too far away from, like, where they spawned. But the thing was, is, like, I didn't think that applied to ones that were mine. Like, the ones that I carry around. You know what I mean? Northern Hyrule Sky Archipelago. Yeah, look how close I got. You fucking nonsense. Garbage. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping this tower's gonna do me good. Gonna treat me right. We'll grab this tier while we're here. I really don't like that you don't gain stamina back when you're dropping. Oh good, another fuck off hole. My favorite things. It's close enough. I can walk the rest of the way. As long as I don't fall in like muck or something. Oh, or like right on top of a bunch of moblins. That'd be good. Yeah, we made it far, Link. We're good. All of that. Alright, well, I see some plunder. Oh, that guy's got a big... Oh, he's got a big old spiky hammer. Fight for my amusement! I can't believe I shot 3 and only one of them hit. That's so sad. Poof! Goodbye. Poof! What? What? Someone clipped that. Oh, he woke up, all his friends are dead. That's so sad. Alright. Well. That sure is rough. I have realized that I've not actually changed my map. Hello, sir. Aren't you dead yet? There you go. Oh, goodbye, my moblin sword thing. That thing was great. What is this? A stick? Big old bonk hammer. Bunch of meat. Oh, there's plunder in afoot. This is our dirty crime. We earned an opal for our crime. We are in this for money. Yeah, that's a bunch of goop. Don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that goop. It's goopy. Ooh. This place is kind of cool looking. I have no idea what it is. I don't remember this place from the last game. Let's climb it! Because that's what we do with everything. We're not just a dirty crime boy, we're also a dirty climb boy. Okay. I got stopped. By a what? Am I getting baited by treasure? Yeah, I'm getting baited by treasure. I mean, is this some Yiga shit? This looks like some Yiga shit. What the hell? Excuse me? Anyway, back to business. Okay, now there's just a regular dude over here. What? I don't understand what just happened or why. Thank you for clipping that. That's wonderful.
Oh.
Good morning. So we meet again. Sorry, the Skyview Tower's out of order. Maintenance is proven tricky. What's wrong? Well, the terminal star isn't working. I've checked the terminal parts, but nothing looks broken. I wonder if there's something to do with the tower itself. Well, I could be wrong, but it might have something to do with these floating blocks. I solved the puzzle that I didn't- Oh, hello. Oh, I did not realize this man was here. Die! Whoa, we got rockets. I'm a for rocket ship. We may have gone a little too far. Goodbye. We're leaving. See you later. I lost the other rocket. Oh, hey. I see that you've got a stupid, shitty stick again. I might have to start that again. I wonder if I can... I wonder... Will that just fit in? That, like, will this just, like... Is this just... Could this just... Okay. Neat. I mean, that's cool. Like, it's gonna wobble side to side, right? Yeah, I kind of put myself in a bit of an awkward position, didn't I? I'm not sure if it's gonna kind of go backwards here, so I'm just trying to see if I can put it on a bit of an angle. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of hate you. Not quite what I was looking for. I kind of want to see if I can... There you go. You're fine! Can I talk to him now? I can't talk to him. He's stuck. Uh-oh. Oh no, did I break him? Hey. Hey, can I... Sir? Excuse me. Sir, you okay? Hey. Okay, come on. I can't talk to him now, he's stuck. What do you think if we just leave him like this? Oh no. Now I can talk to him. Yeah, sure, yeah, you know what? Give it a shot. That was mostly just for extra. What do you mean? It's not even tipped over! It's fine! How dare you? Oh, fuck off. That was totally fun. Why is my whole contraption... Okay, it's right there. I was worried that my entire contraption was gone. But now I have to do it all over again, because I finagled this like a motherfucker. Ugh, rude. Get in there. Ugh. Rude. This is an insult to my non-existent engineering degree. How dare a slope exist in a way that I did not already approve of? Dude, you're kind of the worst. You better make this worth my time. That is way too high up. That's not gonna work. Fine. That'll do. What else we got over here? Got one more sticking out here. Oh, hey! Look at this! This is a whole thing! Ain't this fancy? There you go. That'll stop it from wiggling. There you go. Go. You're fine. What? Why can't I talk to you? Come on, man. You're lame. There we go. Oh yeah, using stakes that's smart. That is way smarter than whatever chaos I just created. Yeah, brilliant. Never would have thought of this. This feat of engineering that's absolute fucking chaos. If it stays up, it's fine. It doesn't matter. It counts. It counts. Don't worry about it. Alright. Yeah, thanks for 20 bucks. Meaty right boo! Alright, well, I'll take him, but fine, whatever. A puff shirt. You didn't even give me a bombs? Alright, yeah, whatever. Later, loser. I hope it caused nothing but you shooting at your screen being like, stop, why are you doing this, please, for the love of God. Don't. Oh, it's raining. What am I doing? Alright, so back to this tower nonsense. Oh man, it's raining. We gotta do the tower nonsense while it's raining? Ow, boo. What is this? What is this chunk of garbage? Oh, it's part of the statue that fell over. Okay. Alright. Well, I made an error, and hopefully the game will forgive me. Oh, that would make sense. That does look like something that he can break. Like over here. Like this spot. Or he can do something with, where is he? Come here! Come here! Oh! No, nothing. Okay. What's this? Anything? No. A square. A square, a mushy mush. What's going on here? I didn't even see you. Hello. What do you want?
Hey.
Kazul. Hello, my brother in research. I was waiting for you.
Ah.
That's right. I'm the one who discovered these big ruins away out here, but I wasn't able to make much progress investigating them. I am one Hylian, and this, alas, is not a one Hylian job. That's why I wrote to the Zonai survey team and asked them to dispatch a researcher to assist me, and here you are, particularly right after I sent that letter. Great response time. I am not that... Okay. My mistake. After all the trouble I got into, can't send one assistant to help with my monolith research. Good luck with that later. Oops, did you hear that? Sorry. Scrub that from your brain. It was not meant for public knowledge. Discover... let me help. Why not? Yeah, I'm a helper. I'm gonna give me all the treasure. He may not be a researcher. Just a look of adventure about him. Maybe his expertise will get things back on track. Alright, cool. I'm putting that on my resume. Research assistant. Oof. Did he just hand me a giant... Oh, did he just pick those up and put them over here? Like, what the fuck? Alright. Display the power of the Sage of Wind to the owl to, protected by the dragons. Oh, I did that. No, I mean, I did that. I did that thing. I know I did it. No, I got the treasure already.
What?
Yeah! I did that thing. Thanks. Okay, so you get, I assume there's 4 of them, and I got this one. Display the power of Sage of Fire to blaze through the space between the 2 dragons from head to tail. Okay. So these are the 2. Yeah, shut up. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Leave me. Let me go. Let me go. Thank you. Alright, so between the 2 dragons, head to tail. So this is a head. This is not a straight line. And that's also a head. So where's the tail? Bold of me to assume 4. Oh yeah, that's true. I guess there's supposed to be 7 sages, right? I better not have 7 crazy abilities, man. Like, I can't handle having that many guys quick to my face. Where's the tail? Stop, I'm not trying. I just want to go through. I just want to go through. Let me go. Dragons. 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 This way? Oh. No? Oh, maybe I'm supposed to go from the other direction. Maybe it's this way. No? Okay. I mean, feels like I found the right spot. There? No? Not the right spot? You can turn them off? That's cool. It's good that you can turn them off, because that would probably be annoying. Well, if this isn't it. It better not be working because it's raining. I'm gonna be very upset by this. What are you? A rusty halberd? A rusty claymore? Razor shroom. Lovely. Lovely. This is giving me such Shadow of Colossus vibes right now. What are you? What even are you? What is this thing? What are you supposed to be? You're terrifying and I hate your face. Right idea, wrong area. Head to tail, head to tail, head to tail. You're dragonish looking. What we got over here? Nothing. You're a dragon head. You have a tail from head to tail. Is there a tail over there? Is that what I'm doing? What about here? Go. No, nothing. Tulin's great. You can't get rid of Tulin. He's too good. Tulin's fantastic. He does get in the way a little bit sometimes, but it's mostly just he's just a little bit inconvenient. Okay, well these are a bunch of heads. What if I do this from like here across all the heads? about here? Cool, and I appreciate you, but please fuck off. No! Nope, okay. Well, you're ahead. Is there a tail somewhere around here? I feel like it's not really gonna work on a spot that's been knocked down. That doesn't seem right. How would you write a prophecy for something that's busted? What was that? No, it's just a rock. I've not found a better spot yet. Maybe I need a bird's eye view. I didn't jump. That's so sad. All this just so we can get to a sky view. What's that over there? What about this? Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Hold on 1 second. This is a puzzle. Let's actually look at all the way around the puzzle this time. Last time I did one of these, I did not look my whole way around the puzzle. See, real easy when you actually look the rest of the way, like look at the puzzle before you try to solve it. Yeah, haha! Yeah, you right. Give me your little poops. Let's go. Alright. We're gonna take a peck. I mean, there's the big entrance, which is a giant line, but I don't see, like, a dragon's head to a tail. Definitely not better than what I found before. Go to that spot. That seems outside of the ruins. I mean, there's a head-to-tail spot kinda right here. This kinda looks like a spot that's just been overbrushed, but looks like it might be, like, a head to a tail. Nope. Alright. Anything over here? No, nothing here. Oh, here's like a lineup. No, I did this lineup already, and there wasn't anything. This looks like a spot where treasure might pop up out of. Oh wait, no, this is where treasure popped out of. I got that treasure. Okay. So this is where I came in. Maybe I'll read this again. Alright. I'm gonna be right back. I just got something I gotta do real quick. Excuse me. And then we'll figure this out. I believe in us. We got this. Yeah, I was muted. I'm just freaking out. Yeah, give me a hint, man. This feels like it's the only one. This feels like this is the tail area and this is the thing. And it should just go right there. And that's not it. Where am I? Is this even the right dragon head? You said south side, right? This is south side. This is the only one. There's one over there, but that one doesn't make any sense. Help me! I'm so lost and confused. I feel like I'm stupid. You're the entrance to the island along the western coast. North, south, east, west. I walked this whole area. I didn't see shit. This guy? This one? This dude? Bro. You got a dragon head? Get out of here. Not this one? Alright, keep going. This is a cool layout. I guess this is what happens when you just jump into places randomly rather than like finding proper entrances. Is this like an... Hey, this looks like an entrance. Okay. I guess this is the way you're supposed to come in. So when he said entrance, he meant here. Okay. Alright, so... That one over there, maybe? Oh, no! Let's not drown. Alright, well, here's a bunch of heads. Surrounded by muck. Gross. Oh, hello? Dragon? Where? Huh? Hello? Who's here? Why am I getting the dragon music? Oh, he's right above my fucking head. Oh, shit. I kind of figured it was Dinral because we saw him a minute ago. Hi, buddy. You're very cool looking. I love you. Alright, anyway. We're not chasing the dragon right now. We're chasing a different dragon right now. Okay. Alright, so this has like, oh, it's got like a little center plot. Okay, it's gotta be this, right? It's gotta be. Stop that. Come back here. Where'd you go? Go! I am on fire. So it's not this. Oh, you said it wasn't that dragon. Is it here? Is this a dragon? Got all busted up. Think I was in the middle of it? Do I need to hit from a different angle? Do I need to like hit all of... Wait, do I need to like manage to... How are you supposed to like... You must have to shoot inwards, right? And then like hit them all or something? This is the water one. Okay, I don't have the water one. Nah. I just came here looking for treasure, man. I'm a bad adventurer. Alright, well, we'll keep going. We're going a little bit north now, but that's okay. Purple flowers. Oh, this is the spot with the swords. Which I'm assuming this is the lightning one, because it's giving me shit that will get hit by lightning. 1, 2 here, and then like one more over here somewhere or something like that. I thought there was one more, maybe. What? Is there not? Did I not see through? I'm assuming this is like some lightning shit. It's close to the entrance. You guys are not. I feel like you guys are just screwing with me at this point. You guys don't know where it is either. You guys are just guessing. Egg. We'll have an egg in this trying time. Alright, well, there's these guys. Is it these guys? Do I gotta shoot it down the middle here? Is this it? I'm trying this. Let's go. Go! Yeah! Ah, we found it. Good job, everybody. Team effort. Why do I feel like I ran, like, right past this and didn't even recognize it as, like... No, I don't... Why do I feel like I didn't even do, like, see... Whatever. Whatever, it doesn't matter, it's fine. I can't believe I just accidentally did one of these. Money! You know what that's for. That... Oh, I can't. Okay. Those rubies, those are going straight into my outfits. Straight into my outfits. Alright, so back to business. We're ignoring the lost core of the paradise. Okay. Back to this. Oh, it's fine. No, it's all Gucci.
Hey!
Excellent work. Okay, later. I will not remember to come back here, so I rely on you, sweet viewers. Those of the trash can, goblins of the trash can, please remember to send me back here. All right. So, we don't really want to use the rockets, right? Because the rockets kind of... Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, no, I can be not stupid. I use the rocket to send us sideways. Instead, we can use the rockets to send us upwards. Like we have brains in our heads. Yeah! Alright, alright. I have a brain, it's fine. Let's go. Woo! So this thing is basically just on top of it. It's in the way. So we just do what? What do we do with this? We need to make it move. How come this one doesn't have anything on it? I guess I just hit it, right? I guess you put a fan on it. We are expert climbers, so this is a non-issue. I wasn't done! I still don't really like how close this is for my, this is not my preference. There we go. Hey, there's one more construct, right? Let's murder him. So we can steal his stuff, because we're crime boys. Goodbye. Okay, anyway. Back to business! How in Hyrule? Actually, I kind of like that. Instead of how the hell, it's how in Hyrule. Yeah, I like that. Shield into a jetpack. Fuck yeah. Okay, later. Goodbye. You're welcome. See you later. Woo! So for everybody who's wondering how long these streams usually are, they're generally as long as my earbuds have time. As long as their battery life lasts. It's usually about 5 hours. Unless I do the dumb thing and I forget to charge them, which is something that I do. That is a do-do. That is a thing I do. So, that can happen sometimes. But, you know, whatever. It's okay. If you hear that sound in the background, it's the... It's my pedal. I would love to try the weed that I made on stream, but I'm worried it'll make my entire room incredibly stanky. And like that is no good for anybody. I'm wondering if this light is messing it up. I don't know what is wrong with my green screen. It's kind of pissing me off. I don't know why it's being like that. Hey, there we go. Okay. We can make it. We can make it to the archipelago. First off, we pause immediately. We pause immediately. We pause immediately. Okay, cool. We need to look at our map. We are facing the opposite direction. Hey, there's... Is that the fairy fountain? Okay, well, we do that too, because we're going there. Alright. Let's go! Oh, those are a lot of fuck-off flyers, aren't they? Damn. Nice! Alright, we made it. We're not all the way there yet, but we are at least in the vicinity. Okay, those are just regular birds. Okay, cool. They're not gonna screw me. Nice! These are always trouble. I hate these things. I like the gumball machine though. gumball machine's hella fun. Hi, Milker. What's going on? Don't worry, I haven't missed anything. Gremlin's out for Wendy's. Why do you drink milk from bags? I don't know, it's an Ontario thing. Honestly, I couldn't tell you, quite frankly. Like, if you go anywhere else in Canada, it's not actually like that. It's mostly just... Yeah, it's like a lot of... And you can still get cartoned milk. Homing cart? Hey, I finally picked up one of those electronic shock emitters. Nice. This thing's got steering sticks in it. Oh, we need a couple of those. Let's go. Well, it's not, okay, so it's like not even all the way to the East Coast either, because when I was living in Halifax, I got like fucking I got milk in jugs. So like and Ottawa is completely different. So is that just a way to get me up there? Is this like a way to shoot me across to the other side over there? Or maybe up the alley? Oh, we overshot it. Wonder if there's anything over there. Zone Nitro, a little baby one. Enjoy your lurk. It should have come up with a message though. It doesn't look like it worked. Lame. What? There's nothing here? Oh, there's apples. It's an apple tree. Hello, apples. Well, I'm not gonna cut the tree down, but I want all the okay, will work. Okay, moving on. Oh, what is that? What are those? What is this? What am I looking at? The fuck is this shit? Alright, quick question. That's one of these guys. Do you think I can blast him off the edge if I aim this at him? Like if I just grab this, right? We take the rocket. And we just kind of do one of these. And we just kind of stick a rocket right here. Then we grab this other rocket. And we just grab this other rocket. And we just kind of like, you know, make this nice and straight, right? Right? See what I'm getting at? Then we just kind of take this thing and we just adjust the aim of it a little bit. Just aim it like what, right there, right? And he's just gonna walk around, right. He's just gonna walk by, and when he does, right, he's gonna come right to that corner. Right when he comes to the edge, we're gonna see if we can blast this man off the side. Vote now. Vote now and see if we can blast this man off the side. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's go! Get fucked! Oh, fucking boo. Where are you, you bastard? Boom! Well, it didn't work, but, yeah, it worked in a different way, I guess. Well, that was kind of a little bit lame. But it's fine. Oh, I guess we needed it for something. Alright, what do we want to stick that to? We have some stuff to stick stuff to. Want to stick that to the gloom sword? Let's stick it to this thing. There we go. Alright, well, I guess this is supposed to follow the beam. Oh, thanks. So the first one of those that I fought was one in the gloom, and it was like a difficulty 3. How am I supposed to carry this fucking thing all the way up there? God. And then I took his body and I stuck it to I stuck it to a shield, and then everybody got mad at me. Said I was playing the game wrong. Of course they were right, but you know, it was hurtful. There you go. All right. Now I'm pretty sure you can drive these things, right? Like if you put a drivey stick on them. What do we got over here? I saw a bunch of stuff. Oh, we got bunches of rockets. Okay, well. We want rockets? We're going to the moon, guys. We're going to the fucking moon. How much upward thrust? Oh, the blood moon's a problem? Not anymore! Time to blow up the moon! I come bringing doom! Sorry, 1 sec before doom. I need to pick these lovely flowers. Ganon gets his power from the blood moon. Not anymore! No! No! It just dropped! Why? Why did you drop? Don't lose my rockets! Oh no, that means that the rockets are too heavy for it. That's why. Oh. Oh no! Oh, my plan is ruined! Boo! Ugh, fucking. Oh well. I'm so sad. Come here. Can I not grab you? Why can't I grab you? So sad. It was a sad day. Was I supposed to use these to fight that guy? Oh, is this the one I just like launched into fucking... This is the one I just launched at that guy. Alright, well... Good enough. Alright, where are we going? Where's this beam pointing? There is no beam. Oh, I have to talk to it again. God, so high maintenance. Oh, now I can't grab it. Alright, well. Where's the beam? Oh, it's over there. Okay. I'm cheating. Before you ask, yes, correct. I am cheating. So we need to make it go up either way, and then we need to make it go that way. So I'm assuming we can just grab a rocket and, like, strap it on. Gary, let's grab 2. Let's do 2 rockets. I ruined my sad plans. Now I have to use my own material. This is so depressing. Alright, 1 goes up. There you go. There you go. 1 goes in any direction, and we put them on opposite sides so it doesn't tip. There we go, and away we go! Woo! Now we need to get a little further. Not bad. Would that have just turned that thing off? Is it cheating if the game encourages it? Probably not. It's probably fine. Kind of the wrong direction. Let's go there. We're spinning a little bit, but it's okay. I guess we can't technically ascend through this, and we're gonna have to make it go up, because if we try to ascend through it, it's gonna, like... I won't be able to get the thing. Alright, let's go. Place gently. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't fall, I swear to God. No! I do not like that at all. What the fuck? They're very cool looking birds. Anyway. We made it. Whew. We are at the Great Forest, though, which means we are about where we had intended to go. A light that banishes evil. Yippee fucking skippy. If that thing had fell. Yeah, no, I would have not been happy. I would have not been a happy camper, I am not gonna lie. I would have been pretty crabby about that. I probably would have gone back and got it. The only thing that I'm kind of ignoring in this playthrough is the some of the Koroks that are trying to, like, travel from one place to the other. I ignore some of them sometimes. Recall does have a far reach. That's true. Is this gonna make me do anything else, or are we good here? Are we Gucci? We're like 50% of the way there. I do, okay, I understand why people hate the Koroks. I don't entirely hate the Koroks. There's some things about them that I do not like. Fun fact, so all of the, like, little blips and stuff that go on, like, when I go talk to them, that's when I usually run the ad, because it runs through, I don't care about that. Oh, I had no space for it. So if you're getting an ad, it just means that it was probably, like, the little cutscenes like this. So if I run the 1 minute, it'll just be this, and then that'll be that. So you're not missing anything. And nothing of importance was lost that day. Ba-ba-da-da-da. Blink. Magic scepters are legit. Attach a gem to them. Yeah, that's what I heard, but I haven't tried it yet. I mean, I've tried the scepters, and they do, like, they're fine, I guess. But I haven't, like, tried them with something attached yet. I mean, I assume everything in this game only really works if you have something attached. Like, I assume there's nothing in this game, except for maybe the Master Sword. If and when I ever find it. It's okay, I'm not asking for hints, I'll find it eventually. I have not put a priority on it. Let's see what this one gives us. What do we get? This is like a little mini gacha game. I put Zonai charges in and prizes come out. Okay, nothing that I super need, so we Gucci there. Alright, so I guess we're going up there. Ah. One of the fun things about the Zonai is that they seem to have, like, really advanced technology in some things, and, like, really basic bitch shit in others. That was lame. Just launched me into the side of a fucking... Oh, I might have one of those. Oh, we'll try that. Well, I think I might have... Oh, no! Everything's fine. Everything's totally fine. Don't worry about it. I need the rest of the climbing gear. The climbing gear is my favorite shit. We don't have the pants and the hat. They're the bandana. We only have the shirt. It makes a lame thing and you're not sure what it's for. Maybe it, like, one bangs the Ganon phantoms or something. Where am I going? Why did it send me over here? What do you want from me? Okay. Well. We're supposed to be over there, so... Here I go again on my own. On down the only road I've ever known. Launch ourselves this way. There we go. That's 8. Woo! My echo's really low. Well, this is the thing that's... Okay, so this is where we're trying to get to. This big fuck off thing. we can make it. We got lots of space. We might be able to just bust and then dive. Like, I think we're good. We can just kind of coast for a bit. It's like, I'm down to start at the bottom. So we kind of do that, and then we dive, wait till that recharges. Try not to, like, bash ourselves into the fucking... We did it! A fairy! Don't run away, little fairy. I hate the fairy AI in this game. It is the worst. Grabbing fairies is cancerous. Come here! Where are you going? Fairy, please, I need to put you in a jar so you can die for my sins. Why aren't you as nice as Jesus was? Get back here. Now we sit and we wait for this fairy. Come on. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. You're so close. Come on. You are a bitch. Ugh. I hate the fairies. God damn it. Like, I don't hate them in concept. I hate that they just don't, like, their circle doesn't gravitate in a way that makes them easy to grab. Which, I mean, it doesn't have to be that easy, but it doesn't have to be this difficult either. Where I'm just sitting here. Come here, you little shit. Give. You know what I miss? I miss the ice pillar thing. I like the ice pillar ability. They're always around pools, and then they hover over top of the pool where you can't get to them. Ugh. There's another one over there. Is that a fish? Oh, there's fish in here too. That's cool. Come on. Hey, good to see you, Kiki. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am not patient. Come here. I'm incredibly patient. If I was not, I would not. Wait. Come here. Come here. Come here, little shit. Why are you like this? Please. Fairy, please. Please! I beg of you. Come to my little tiny baby T-Rex arms. Ah! Okay, we got one. There's one more over here. If you don't walk, of course, they fly away like every other bug does in this game. But the fairies are even, like, more oh my god, we got two. There's a third one! It's our lucky day! Yahoo! You fuck this up for me, Inobu, I'll fucking end you. Hello, fairy. Come down, please. I just want to be friends. The type of friends that die for each other. In which you die for me, specifically. While I keep you in a jar. If you kept the... Yeah, I mean, that would be cool, but the button layout would be insane. I mean, you kind of do with the time reversal, right? So, like, the time reversal is not unsimilar to the time stop. So, it's like a same thing, different... You know what I mean? Same kind of thing. The grabby thing is kind of the same as one of the Breath of the Wild ones. But the, we're missing the ice one. I miss Rivali's Gale. But then, like, I feel like they didn't put Rivali in. Like, Rivali's Gale. Ooh, that's nice. Batteries. I feel like they didn't put Rivali in because everybody hated him. It's like, yeah, now you miss Rivali, right? Because you liked his ability, yeah, huh? You hated the character. Like, yeah, but we hated the character because we loved to hate him because he was a little shit. He was a little bastard. Alright, so this is the ring challenge, right? I gotta go to the top and then dive through. Right? That's the plan here. Hi, yeah. Oh, hold on one second. I have to break these boxes. It's very important. It's imperative to my mission. I also need to throw these see arrows. Very important. Ancient relics? Nah. Alright. Off we go. The champion powers, yeah. Go through all the rings. Do not worry about the time limit yet. I will show you the way. Is there like a super robotic, like, I will show you the way. Register yourself at the terminal. I am at the bottom. Hello! That bird is really close. I do like Tulin, though. I do wish... The only thing that I would change about Tulin is I would make him be able to shoot you upwards. That's the only thing I would change. Bravery Island, let's go! Jump! Yeah, I haven't seen the ice, or like the water ability yet. Mipha's Grace was fantastic. It was basically a free fairy. It was basically a free OP fairy. Mipha's Grace was great. It let me do so much dumb shit and take zero, like, with zero consequences. I love having no consequences for my stupid, stupid, stupid actions. I mean, some people on the internet demand that there be never any consequences for their stupid, stupid, stupid actions. Mipha's Grace for us all. Best girl. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, okay. Sure. I have one of those. Thank you. Within 35 seconds. How fast did I just do it at? I went pretty quick. I can't see. Why can't I see? I can't see. Piece of shit game. No. Why would it screw me like that? I literally used the jump button. Under 30. Okay, listen, I could have done that probably in 20 if the game didn't screw my ass right at the beginning. I thought I missed the first one. Oh, I got the glidey tights. No. No, I don't know. I wanted, no, I meant to, no, shit. What do I get? Do not use the dive option for these. Jesus. We just run. We just run and we just run. Let's go! See you way better. Oh, wrong button. completes the glide armor. No. Okay. Cool. I would love to see, like, this doesn't feel like it does very much. When it's one piece. Like, when it's just one piece. It does feel like it does shit. Alright, this is, is this where we were supposed to go? Oh, this is the Korok. This is where it says there's an island above, right? So we can probably jump from here down into this spot. I think that's the play. I think that's what we're supposed to. I don't know if it's what we're supposed to do. To be honest, I don't know if there's anything in this game that you're supposed to do besides, you know, defeat Ganon, but, you know. What the hell is this? That looks like somewhere where what's-her-face is hanging out. Oh, there's where we're going. Oh, that feels so much better. Now that it's more than one piece. Oh, God, this is amazing. Oh, I just killed myself. I thought that was gonna go for... Oh, I'm not dead. I definitely thought, like, at the game, I think the game just cheated and kept me alive. All level 3? Ooh, no longer take fall damage? That's spicy. Oh, I didn't cheat. It was the fairy. The fairy saved me. Is that what it was? I was too busy like, whoops, I'm dead. To notice it was the fairy. Okay, the game didn't cheat. It was just me being an idiot. All right, woo, let's go. On the plus side, as much as we haven't made too much main storyline progress this game, I feel like we've done a lot of things. +5, that's pretty spicy. All right, if I remember correctly, the construct bows do not... I did quick head math. Yeah, the set bonuses, yeah. Ass saved by fairies. Oh boy. Epic tale ever told on your screen, potatoes. Oh, thanks for healing me. See, you miss nothing when I put the ads in when it does this, because this takes a minute and a half to go through if you don't skip it. Like, what a long thing that they put in here. I'm not complaining, but it, like, because it works really well, but damn. Yeah, we were at 6 light blessings. Yep. Hello. Oh, you found the place, even though you're not a Korok. Wow, this place is a special place that I found. Maka likes to come here so alone sometimes. I didn't think I'd find someone else here. I ruined your favorite special secret spot. Hell yeah, I did. Give me all this shit. Alright, well, we're done with that. We've got a map of the forest now. So we got all this area mapped out. We had a fuck off hole over here. But more importantly, there was another teardrop. Well, I mean, there wasn't really anything to do. I guess I could have followed the shrooms and see where they took me. Alright, time to launch ourselves into space. Let's go. Woo! We're going for that right there. That's sweet! Oh, this feels so much better. Oops, that was a run. Something twinkling at me? Like, what the fuck? Yo, that gliding is so fucking nice. I switch my outfits around a lot, by the way. I'm all about optimal outfits. I'm all about finding all the outfits. Shit's my jam. Rock. Hello. 4 shrines, a few Koroks, give some simple quests. Yeah, I got a couple quests. That was one of the shrines, so... There's a couple more quests that I've got, but one of them is, like, it takes place outside of Korok Village, so... And it's not gonna be until we get to the water place. I love the outfits. The outfits are my favorite part of this game. It reminds me of old, like, RPGs where you could run around and do a bunch of side quests and get, like, different outfits for all the characters. Like, old school Tales of the Abyss shit. I stopped playing the Tales of the Abyss games at Tales of Xillia when they made all the outfits, like, paid DLC, and I was like, what the fuck? I was not happy. I was not a happy camper about that. I don't know if they've ever rectified, like, if they stopped doing that or anything, but, ugh. Absolute gross nonsense, not interested, eek, yucky, bleh, poo-poo. There we go. Yeah! We had to run all the way- oh! Take a drink, we're sopping wet. Plot. I wonder if these are on the route that the dragon...
They managed to restrain him somehow. But Link, I am not sure you'll be able to stop him.
How dare you? That was me. I made that. Well, I didn't mean me, Link. I meant, like, me. Literally me. But also, yes. There's clearly a connecting point, right? Hi, Fee!
Master Sword.
Master Sword just looks like shit!
The Master Sword.
See?
You're telling me that Link is safe? You traveled through time to find me and recover your strength.
Zelda, I believe there is a reason you were sent to us. It has to mean something.
I know why I am here.
That's good. I don't.
Something only I can do. We will finally stop him.
Permanently?
To become an immortal dragon is to lose oneself.
I'll be forever changed.
I wonder. We called this a couple of episodes ago.
Link,
Yeah? What?
you must find me.
What the fuck? In time? Shut up. Screw you, Zelda. Once we get all of the memories, we'll sit and watch all of them in order. Yeah, gee, I wonder what could have happened to Zelda. Wow. Wow, it's awfully convenient that you're directly above me after that. Is that scripted? Is the dragon is that like the clearly obvious Is it supposed to be right there? Did I just get really lucky? Or is it scripted to just be literally over your head? And like, you know, people never look up. I don't know. Hi, Zelda. Good to see you. Alright, anyway. Back to ignoring Zelda. I have a more important lady to go talk to real quick. Where is she? I could have sworn that we found... What is this? I don't know why I put that there. I could have sworn that I marked off a spot that had a flower. It's right here. This had a flower on it before. Get out of here. Alright, we're going over that way. Right over there. Alright. Well, let's grab that first. Because we're greedy. Alright, see you later, Zelda. You weren't expecting that? I mean, I figured during that one cutscene where it's talking, but I figured it out basically when I noticed both of the dragons. There's two dragons, right? There's one that's around during the daytime and one that's around during the nighttime, and one of them looks like black and red and the other one's like gold and shit, and she's got the tears and like the... I was just like, okay, so it's probably Zelda and Ganon. Or in some perpetual cycle. I also don't imagine, like, losing yourself to become a dragon really counts when you're the incarnation of a goddess. Like, I feel like the goddess part would, like, supersede the dragon part, but whatever. Well, there's Dinral and Frosh. There's Dinral, Frosh, and, Nadra. So there's those three, and then there were two others. At least I thought I saw another one that was like a darker color in the day. Like in the daytime it looks different. I mean, maybe it just looks different. It's not actually a different drag. Oh, fuck off. It just looks different, but... First try! Let's go! Alright, what's going on here? I don't have a gear? Am I missing something? Can't pull that. Can't move that. Yeah, but spinning it around, it's not attached to anything. But it's not attached to anything. I turned the crank. Oh, it's turning the big one. Oh, I didn't realize it was turning the big one. I thought it was just these two turning and I needed to attach them. I was overthinking the puzzle. Go figure. I didn't notice that the crank was turning the big one. I thought it was like, oh, the big one's not turning. I need to attach them somehow. It was turning it the whole time. Who would have thought? Oh boy. Oh, my Twitter notifications are blowing up. Sad. Trick you sometimes and make the puzzles easy as fuck. Yeah, I guess. Ba-do-ba-do-do-do. Cool. We're gonna get two more hearts next stop off. I mean, I think we need 5 for the stamina wheel. Like, I think we need 5 more pieces to finish our 3rd stamina wheel. Because I know, like, the largest wheel on the outside for stamina, last game you could only get to 4 stamina wheels, right? So I'm pretty sure it's only... So I think I need 5 more. I think it's 6 to go all the way around, and I have 1. Assuming it doesn't go beyond 4, we need 5... We need 5 to get to, the next stamina wheel. Guys, is this a place where we're chasing Dinroll all over the fucking map? Stopped at 3 wheels. Did it give you an option to pick any more? I'm going the wrong direction. I need to go this way. Not be using my 3-shot bow for this. I should be using my regular one. I need to save my 3-shot bow for, like, getting my ass kicked by, like, a... I don't know... Lionel. Which I still have... Ooh, fuck that. Which I still have not seen, by the way. I've still only seen 1 Lionel in the depths, which I ran from like the little bitch that I am. To be fair, that Lionel was really fucking scary. That's true, it is easy to make the potions, but I prefer to be able to like, just fucking live my life, live my best life. Why am I running here? I had no reason to run this way. What am I doing? I'm talking and I'm not thinking about what direction I'm heading in. Hello, meat! That's what you get! Alright. Brain. Brain, go this way. We already called those. What is that? Nothing. Okay. One thing that I really did like about Breath of the Wild was I absolutely loved that you could, save the 3-shot arrow for the headed dragons. Right? That's what I was thinking. Right? Same page, because we are going to end this stream by... You got it fucking right. Oh my god, you're thick! Toolin's a godsend. We're gonna try and get to the fire Gleeok today. And go fight that asshole. Gleeoks are bastards. I have no idea if the ice Gleeok was like harder or easier than the fire Gleeok. Because like the, well, one, I don't know yet because I haven't gone there. I saw him from a distance and then I was like, oh fuck that guy. Okay, time to commit some crime. They will never know. See? They don't know. They don't see nothing. Wonderful. Perfect. Beautiful and lovely. I don't know what they were trying to do here, but now they're dead. I don't really want your electric sphere. I think it's gross, and I kind of hate it. Okay. I kind of hate that you just even have that thing. That's, ugh, gross. Alright, I could have sworn I saw a flower on my map, which is why I marked this place down, and that's why we're going to this go fuck yourself hole, because I thought it might have been a great fairy. But now it just looks like a fuck-off hole. Oh, it's in the sky. Oh. Well. Oh, I didn't see it because I put my stamp on top of it. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay. Well, you know, that happens. It's alright. We're just dumb. It's fine. We're allowed. We're fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. We have a place to launch ourselves into oblivion. Well, we're good. We're Gucci. Let's go. I have 3 yeah, we're on our 3rd stamina wheel. Basically, I started off at having like 4 hearts forever because I just wanted the stamina wheel. Once I got to 2 stamina wheels, I started shoving crap into hearts. Because like, it's the first half of the game, you're not really doing anything. Except then I went and fought a guy that was going to bang me every time. But it's fine. We're going this way! Why am I not moving? There we go. So I guess we go to this cube. Oh wait, no, she's right there. Oh wait! She's right there. Oh, this helps with like your paragliding speed too. Like we are zooming, man. Oh my god. Oh, that's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Oh, it's one of these things. I found one of these before, but it didn't do anything for me because ah! Ah! Can I read this? Ah! Shit! gonna go all the way into the depths? Where did it get? What just happened? It disappeared. Did it actually just go into the depths? Alright, let's go! Hate this place. On the plus side. Oh, it's you! Oh, it's here! My old nemesis. It's etched in ancient Hyrulean text you cannot read. Oh, I guess I'm still not ready to get this stuff. God damn. Alright, what do you guys think? Do you guys think we can try and fight this thing this time? There's a YouTube short now that's out there that's just me the first time I ran into this fucking guy. And he ate my fucking face because I didn't even see him. He came out of fucking nowhere. Yeah, that's right, I got snuck up on by that fucking thing. Alright. Do you think we can fight him? I don't have the mission yet. Should I wait until I have the mission to try and fight that thing? I don't even know if I can. You guys just want to try? Think we can fight it? I'm gonna sneak up on him. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, we're gonna do it? Okay, okay. We'll fight this fucking thing. You think I can do it? You believe in me? Chat believes in me. That's how I know I'll be able to do it. This does extra damage when it's cold out, right? Do we have an extra damage at all? Yeah, we got this. We got the barbarian armor. Let's go. Oh, yeah. All right. Wait, did I have this on instead of the glider thing? I'm fucking dumb. All right. We should probably put on like this because we're not wearing matching stuff anyway. And then we should probably put on, I guess, gloom resistance. I don't know what this thing's gonna do. So, all right. And we should check our weapons. This is fine. That's fine. What are we currently... Oh, we should... Hold on, let's equip this, because I don't know what's gonna... Hey, fuck off. I'm busy. Leave me alone for a minute. I'm trying to set up to kick your ass. You said to put a thing on this. Is it opal we should put onto the freezing one? We got lots of that. I mean, it looks pretty fancy. I don't know what it's gonna do. A good hammer, eh? Well, I believe I have a good hammer. Alright. Alright. Now, I'm pretty sure you can lure these guys, right? Oh, he's facing away from me. No, he's not. These guys eat, like, bright bloom seeds, right? Where's the big one? I think I have a big one. There. Hey, buddy. You really like these, right? Yeah. Oh, shit, he saw me. Oh, come on. You like that. Come here. Nothing. Oh, shit. Do I need to hit it in its stupid face? I don't even know how to fight this thing. I have no idea. I don't really have very many bomb arrows, but here we go. Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! Oh my god! Oh, I ran right into the gloom. That's not good. Okay, I gotta hit its things. Alright, alright, alright. Okay, okay, okay. Well, thanks for the rice balls, I guess. I do not like that he does that. Ah! There you go. Want that in your mouth? Does he blow up? I love that. Woo! This is the most fun ever. There you go. We're good. Oh shit. So I can't get on him too quick. I love how he tries to catch me in his mouth. I absolutely love this. This is so great. Come on. Blow up, please. Ouch! Fuck. Oh, it didn't hurt me, so I guess. Yeah! We did it! Woo! Sorry, I was saving a lot of my eyes for the fight with the whatchamacallit. Oh, we ruined our sneak attack, but it didn't seem like it really mattered too much. Stop. Alright, cool. We got all our stuff. The Gleox, yes. Alright. Well, we killed him, but I don't... And we went to the flower, but it didn't mean anything. Because we don't know how to read it. So, I guess... What was this for? What was this for? Oh, we did this. Okay. Alright, so... Our next spot is to go to the Fire Gleok. That's our go-to next. So we need to fast travel... I believe. He is at the he is near Akala, isn't he? This side? He's at the Great Hylian Bridge. Which might be this one. Nope. This one? Nope. This one? Nope. This one? Nope. That's Goron stuff. Where am I looking? Akala's way over here. It might not be on my map yet, actually, now that I'm looking at this, because it might be, like, here. By the Great Plateau. You're right. You're right. Here's the plateau. Roxanne Bridge. Is it? No. Here we go. It's right here. This is the Hylian Bridge. Okay. To here! Alright. I'm gonna give us a quick break. I'm gonna make something, maybe. By that I mean I'm running to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. Give me 1 second! Hey, Lamau. Alright, we're back. See, I didn't take long, I promised. I don't like being gone for terribly long amounts of time and then making you guys listen to like ads and shit, because it's just kind of... But I can't not pee, I have a tiny bladder. Chris Shelton, oh yeah, I sent him the link a little while ago. Be nice to him, he's going to be confused. Discord is quite the amount of chaos. He'll be fine, he'll figure it out. Alright, we're gonna go fight the Gleeok. I'm surrounded by assholes. Alright, down here, right? That way? No. South. Directly south. Oh good, I don't have to go the way of the assholes. What? What? This way! I'm off to go die. Alright, do you guys think we'll be able to beat the Fire Gleeok in this episode? I mean, it's probably good that you didn't even notice. That means I'm doing my job right. Jesus Christ, dude! I look away for half of a second, and then, like, one of these guys, like, sneaks up on me, man. The ghosts of my ancestors! Alright. Apples! I need to make sure I pick up apples for cream on the way back. Hello, sir? I would like your apples, please. This is what happens when people play League of Legends and they're playing the AD carry, and then they proceed to... Oh, you are a piece of shit. That's what you are. Fucking... It's a tree full of bees! Bees, attack the tree! I mean, I guess it makes sense that it's nice that the hightail lizards hide out in there, but I am not happy about some listen. Ugh. Ugh. Alright. Wait, am I going the right way? Am I going the wrong way? I'm going the wrong way. I need to be over here. I need to make markers on my map. I'm a fucking idiot. Okay. Think I can do it? And do it before my earbuds run out of battery life? We've been live for what, 3 hours and a little bit? Again, if anybody wants to catch up on our adventures or see anything again or clip out nonsense, feel free to do so. The videos have been uploaded to YouTube. If you type @Chesh, you'll find me. I wish I should have picked up my horse. Cream, where are you? I've abandoned her. Or him, I don't know. Them. I abandoned my horse. There's one thing that I do miss in this game that I wish was still here, is I do wish there were still some remnants of the Guardians. Even if there weren't any active ones, just a couple of them, like dead ones, like kicking around where there used to be like tons and tons of them. Then again, I haven't been to Hanato or Hiento or whatever the hell it's called. The fort. I haven't been there yet, so it's possible that that is there. Where that big graveyard was. But I digress. There it is. Look at this little fucker. Look at him! Well, it's time to die! Seems like they use parts from the Guardians to make the Skyview Towers. Oh yeah, maybe that's what they did. I just think it would be nice to still see some of them, like, kicking around. You know what I mean? Like, just, like, unusable ones that are still, like, just embedded in the ground or whatever. There's another tower over there I should probably get. I'm gonna do my best to not run away from, nests. I like how you get to walk up to this guy like you're a fucking badass who knows what they're doing. Today is a good... You can all fuck right off. I don't want any... You need to go not be here. Go away. Go away. Oh my god. God! Feel nothing but rage of a beast. Alright. Now that I'm missing half a heart because these lunatics. And we did beat the frog, so before we do this fight, that's so cool. Alright, before we do this fight, we have this sword and this spear and this bloom sword that all need, and this Bigoron sword that all need to be equipped with something. I mean, I guess this stick could have something on it too, but I don't really care about the stick. So, we did pick up crap from that big boy that we just beat the shit out of. I mean, we picked up crap, right? Oh yeah, here we go. Frog fingernail attached to an arrow. Did all we get was a fingernail? Oh, really? Oh, we should save. That's a good call. We got some electric keys eyeballs, so that's nice. We got some of these good ones. Oh, those are the fire keys. Didn't care really about that. I don't know. Blue bot. Okay, frog fang. Okay. That's something. Attach it to a weapon. It's worth 24. 24, 24, 25. Diamond is for arrows, right? Like, we're not gonna fuse a diamond to it. But this is more like a bonky horn. Alright, let's use this. So let's take this sword, equip this. Okay, yeah, okay. So we got we got two. So that's good. Alright, so that's a 31 now, so that's nice. We got this thing. And let's put... I wish you could kind of just fuse from this menu, but let's put this thing on it. That'll be good. There we go. Now it's like a pine cone. And then we got this gloom sword. Oh, it's a one. Oh, I really thought this gloom sword was gonna be two-handed, but that's cool. Let's put, I guess, another obsidian froxhorn on it, right? Diamonds are a girl's best friend. I've heard that. Alright, that looks goofy as shit. Let's go. I'm so down for ruining poor Matt Mercer's sword that he's got. That's really nice. I don't want to turn this into a hammer. But I should put something on it. Is there anything particularly good to put? Like this? Like an axe horn? That seems good. I do like putting these on pokey sticks. These are also good on pokey sticks. This also looks like it's really good on a pokey stick. Gloom sword drains your health. Yeah, I kind of figured. That's okay. That's so goofy! Alright. We're gonna use our Gleok Frost Spear because this thing's fucking badass as shit. And we're gonna use our... I mean, the shield is fine. We can stick with that one. Actually, this shield might be better for this. And then we have our triple shot. We could use more arrows, actually. Alright. We're saving. We save. We save our game. Nice. Oh, and then we... hold on. We also need to, look at this. Look at this man. Oh, God. What a cool picture this would be if there wasn't some weirdo fucking... Hey, yeah, no, excuse me, sir, can I have your autograph? Alright. Alright, here we go. We're ready. Oh, wait, no, we're not ready. Hold on, we haven't eaten yet. Do we need fire resistance to fight this fucking thing? What is this? Storm damage, regular damage for 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Let's go! Excuse me, sir, do you have a minute to talk about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? I am so here for this. Let's fucking go. Oh, I missed one. Ow, that fucking hurt. I am moving too slow. Ow! I need to get better at dodging this. I'm not really sure how to do it. Oops. I've been... this is a problem. Oh, no. Toasty. Oh, my frost spear broke. That's so sad. Alright. Out of curiosity. Oh, that's shit. That's complete garbage. Nope. This man's got some range, and I don't like it. No! Oh my god. Hey! Wait a minute. Hold up. That works. Get fuckled. Oh my god. We found a new hack. Alright, hold on. Let's put this on. And fucking... Oh, wait, no, that's the... We don't want that one. That one's gonna hurt us. We want this thing. Spear. My attack up's about to go down, so we're gonna eat as next time we get back up. Because that's gonna give us our health back so we don't get, like, just fucking one-banged. Oh, I'm too hot! I'm too hot, guys. Too spicy. Why is it spicy? That'd give us scorching weather attack, so we could do that. That's actually not too bad. We eat that, we get some HP back. And then we put the dazzle fruit back on because apparently that's just busted as fuck. Where are you going? Hey! Take a bag! I should probably put on my pants. Hello? I don't like that. Sir? Sir? I don't recall saying that Kamehamehas were okay. Oh, I see. I understand. Oh my god. Yeah, why am I flying around like that? I don't know why it did that. I don't know why it pumped me like that. That sucks. I'm also wearing all of my flame guard stuff and I'm still in too hot, which is kind of obnoxious. I don't know if I have food that can deal with that. I'm also now out of fairies, which is okay, fine, whatever, but... This is cold resistance. This one's heat resistance, I guess. I could try that. What? That was nowhere near me. Oh, call bullshit. It 100 to 0'd me, and it was that far away, and it didn't... Okay. Fine. Yes, it's level 2 flame guard armor. Yeah, the water doesn't really do much damage. Yeah. So I noticed. I guess I just fucking take the damage. Yeah, my armor's level 2. Do I have everything that I wanted? Get that 3-shot. Get that equipped. These are already made. Okay, good. Alright, let's try again. We did pretty good for the first time. I'm still gonna call bullshit on that hitting me, but it's fine. But now we know what the Dazzle Fruit does, so that's busted. Hi, yeah. I feel like you can go fuck yourself. My food. We're not in heat, so it doesn't. He turns up the heat when he goes fucking crazy, so we can just use our regular attack food. Unless our regular attack food stayed gone. No, it didn't. We don't have to run as far away. We got the Dazzle Fruit to do work for us. This guy ain't got a fucking chance. Yeah, temperature's high. I don't think we can stop him from going up, right? Oh. Whew! We still got our attack up, so we don't want to lose that yet. This guy does not have a chance in fucking hell. He does not have a chance in hell the second time. Hell no. Absolutely not. I'm gonna slap the shit out of you. So he knocks us away, which is all fine, whatever. He's gonna make it hot out, but that's okay. We're gonna wait for him to shoot. Then we're gonna run like little bitches. Come on, fire your shit. So, like, there is nothing I can do, I think, to get rid of this heat issue, but we're gonna switch our attack over in a minute, so we're just gonna have to eat the heat. Come on. Let me run! We want full stamina when we get there, so we don't want to use it all up. There we go. Woo! Oh shit. I told you, you don't have a chance in hell the second time, loser. Get out of here! Fuck you! Yeah! Get fucking bombed! How come I don't get any eyeballs from this guy? Wings. How much damage does this motherfucker do? 30. He do bonk me with that fireball, though. Oof. Whew. Excuse me real quick while I just put something in the chat for myself. Just for me. This is a free emote for you guys, by the way, so you guys can drop this in the chat. Whoo! Hey, how come that's not showing for you guys? Hold on. Where is that? Why isn't that there? Hold on. Wait a minute. Alright, try it now. Now get the goblins in the fucking chat here. Yeah! Let's go! Yeah! Alright, that's the type of fanfare I'm looking for. Hell yeah. Second try, not bad. This guy was a little bit easier than the ice Gleeok, because riding the fucking thing back up was a giant bitch that I didn't like doing. I did not like that. But also, get fucked. We didn't know that. Now we know the Dazzle Fruit trick, though. That's busted, man. Dazzle Fruit's so good. Dazzle Fruit plus 3-shot weapon. Oh my god. We're ready to take on the world. We don't have enough arrows, but we're ready to take on the world. Let's go. Whoo! Whoo! Pipe fucking train. Oh my god. Oh, so, fun thing that I was planning on doing with you guys. I want to, like, what is with that? Can we just go in there? Is that like, can I just jump? Can I just dive into that? Like what happens? Can I just jump? Yo, the dazzle fruit's busted. My goodness. Oh, that heals. We just need to. We're just gonna have some simmered fruit. We're Gucci. All right. So, what were we doing? Oh, we saw another thing that we needed to get. Oh, there it is. All right, we're gonna go grab that tower. We are amazing. Good job, everybody. Fucking, I did the dazzle fruit by accident. Like, damn. Yo, we glide so fast now. What the fuck? Man, yeah, I didn't even do that on purpose. I misclicked and got it. God damn. Cracked. Absolutely cracked. Wait, you know what? That is one thing in this game that does feel like solid progression, is that, like, when you can beat a boss, you get, like, the shit that they drop is, like, super valuable because it makes you stronger. This Koro shit. Where'd it go? What? Oh, well, I don't like that. Where'd the Korok go? Where'd the leaf go? Where'd the flower go? What is going on? Oh, there it is. Change Link's name to Boeing. Boeing's got too many, like, accidentally exploding problems. Actually, that is a problem that I have. Never mind, I take it back, but you're right. Thanks. This fucking guy. I guess we should do the discovery thing so that way it shows up on my map. We still got a couple of fuck off holes to jump down. Oh, there. Okay, there it goes. We have not done any. Oh, well, I mean, we fought the frog, so I guess fighting the frog counts. Where's the Colosseum? We haven't been there yet. Oh, needed those. Nice. I also actually really enjoy collecting all of, like, there's the stuff. Like, there's, like, the different mushrooms and, like, the different, fish, and, like, I just have fun with that. It, like, scratches, like, some dumb part of my brain that's just like, I need this. I know this is a hole, right? This isn't gonna be a fuck-off hole. Yeah, alright, I didn't think so. It was too close to another fuck-off hole. But we really do need some bomb arrows because we blew our load all over that, all over those creepy hands. Is there still a Lionel at the bottom of it? I'm not gonna run straight to it. Like, I'll wait until we actually, like, come across it naturally. The Roman Colosseum? No, it's the Hylian Colosseum. What were they doing in there, by the way? Like, what were the... Oh, give me all these fishes. No fish? No fish for me? I miss my Zora gear. We also have not gone to the Zora spot on purpose yet. On purpose, that is 100% intentional. We're doing that last because they are my favorite. Nice. if there was one thing in this game that I would seriously change, is I would make sure that the damage, like, hitting objects didn't damage your weapons. Either in shrines, or in, or zonite stuff. So, like, when you're turning stuff on and off, I don't think it should damage your weapon. Is it the easiest temple? It's my favorite! I love the Zora. The Zora are some fucking chill-ass dudes. Hey, I remember this place. You vibing? There's also one character that I miss. It's, I miss Cass. Oh, hi. Oh, it's a troop! They saw nothing. They know nothing. They're fools! I mean, I guess I also tend to not fight, like, groups of moblins unless I get myself the upper hand, because I am a dirty crime boy. I do not hate the Gorons. The Gorons are kind of goofy, and they're a lot of fun. The Zora are some of my favorite, because I love Sidon. Sidon is so fucking great. Yunobu is fucking annoying, but in, like, in a cute way. Like, he doesn't bother me. I'm just gonna let this reset. Sidon's just such a bro. Nice. Freelo. Oh, I guess, yeah, shield surfing would have been the way to do that. That is not what I did. There's so many ways to solve, like, stuff in this game. Where'd the tower go? I kind of lost track of it. I never think of the shield surf. I don't know why, like, it just never crosses my mind. I forget it's an option all the time. I got that thing, right? Yeah. This hat? I don't know. I don't know what to... Oh, hello. I don't like you. I would appreciate it if you, fucked off forever. Oh, of course the tree's alive, too. Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't the tree be alive? Take my giant axe! Give me all the apples. Get out of my way. No, my golden apple! It's gone! No, it's not. Got it. Noise. Alright. Where'd the tower go? It's over here, right? Oh, it's right there. Oh, getting there is gonna be more annoying now because it is now raining. Gross. Alright. Let's try to make sure we don't, like, just land on top of the troop of bokoblins. We also don't really want to fight that thing, especially not in this weather. Right, you like my giant axe? Isn't this thing fucking rad? 50 damage, kill every tree every time. Easy street. This thing is goofy as hell looking. Look at this thing. There's a Bigoron sword with a black bokoblin, like a black bokoblin hit thing on it. I feel like this game, like, just scratches, like, the goblin itch in me, where I'm just like, I must collect everything, and also kill everything, and also murder! And also build weird random crap that never operates the way it's supposed to. Yeah. Well, gross. Let me in. Really? Lame. Well, I don't like that this is in my way. A little bit higher. Damn. He lived. Adorable. I feel very bad for the guy. It's a rough life. It's rough being a bokoblin. Oh my god, so I have the bokoblin hat. Do you think they'll just let me walk in? Like, I have the bokoblin. They'll never know. They'll never know! Oh, I finally got low battery. Alright, we're gonna get this thing and then we'll be done. This will be our last thing. Hi! Hello! Hello, friend! I'm a bokoblin. Yes! Yes, hello, bokoblin. Yes, yes? Can I come in? Hello! I would like to join your group. Hello, I am bokoblin. Are you bokoblin? Sniff, sniff? Sniff? Hello? I would like to pass, please. Can I go? Will you let me go through? Thank you. Hello! I am a new bokoblin friend. Hello, yes? I am bokoblin. Hi! Hello. I've come to meet the big boss. Hello, yes? They'll never know. Can I see your treasure? What do you have? What you got in there? Some quick melons? Treasure chest? Do you think they'll get mad at me if I pick up the... Hello? Will you accept me into your tribe? I'm really scared. That is a silver bokoblin in armor. This is terrifying. Like, look at that guy's sword. Jesus Christ, that guy's bat's on fire. Ah? Hello? Oh? Look at the big guy's face. Oh my god. That's a full-on... That's an emote. That's what that is. What you got over here? Anything going on? Got some stuff? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Hi. Hello. Is this the troop of goblins I've seen? Hi. Oh, what you got over here? Oh, a Hylian prisoner. Ah, look at that. Wow, what a great specimen you have here. That's very wonderful. Yes, hello, goblin friends. I haven't committed any war crimes. They get suspicious of me if I climb. Look at... Yeah, wow, you can climb. Have you goblins considered ever doing this? Spoiko. I want to see what happens if I just lift this. Can I just, like, get close enough to just lift this? Oh, so they left. They weren't so interested in me anymore, I guess. Because I, like, had a sad mind. Yep, shit. Hello, friends, it's just me, don't worry. Oh, these guys are hanging out, they're just vibing. I am just a bokoblin. Hello. How is that not able to reach that? That seems like bullshit. Ah, this is fine. Everything's fine. Look, listen. Everything's fine. I'm just a bokoblin. I'm just a bokoblin. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything's okay. Hi. Yeah, hi. Hello. We're all friends here. We're all friends here. Everything's fine. We're all friends here. Oh shit. We're not friends here. Ah! Okay, bye. Money. I have suffered no consequences for my actions. Found a hole. Alright, anyway. Oh, are the keys about to attack me? Lovely. Come here, you little fuckers. Fight me! Fight me! Fight me! Fight me! Damn it, Tulin! Oh well. We needed fresh eyes anyway. Tulin took care of it. I guess we could have used the 3 thing. I thought I could sneaky kill one of them, and it just didn't work. It's too bad. Oh god, where are you? Can I send you on a cart on your way? How far is it? Where is it? Where are you trying to go? If it's too far away, I'm not doing it. Oh my god. Alright, how good is our math, do you think? If we grab rockets and launch this guy on this plane, do you think we can make it? Well, I got some battery now, but we're just gonna like stick this guy to this. Grab him the thing. He'll be fine. We'll make it. Right? Pretty good. Don't worry, bud. We'll get you where you're going. You'll be fine. Yeah, I got it. You need to reach your friend. Everything will be cool. Everything's cool. Off we go. Bye. Oh, he got really close. He got a lot closer than I thought he was gonna get, I'm not gonna lie. Good job, buddy. Oh, hold on, not that. That's not what I meant to. Alright. I got pretty close with that. That was pretty good, right? Come on. Can't see anything. Ugh. The worst part of it is that I can't see shit. Oh, there you go. Now I'm just gonna see if I did this fast enough, because now I'm just gonna... Hold up. Where's my plane? Are you ready? And we're back to where we started. Perfect! Oh, you don't have to fucking go climb all the way back up and around. I've got the biggest brain. Come on, sometimes I'm smart. Once in a while I got something. I just wasn't sure if, like, talking to the Korok for the, because it does, like, a blackout to reset the Korok, so it was gonna screw with the time on the plane. Success! Why am I hearing oinking? Oh, I think it's just my stuff. What is this? Oh, another fuck off hole. Wait, no! I don't wanna, no! I don't wanna climb down, no, please! I don't wanna do that before I make myself a return point, please, no! Yo, my mask oinks. Oh, that makes sense. Can I? Does it not like that I'm a bokoblin? I'm sorry. Why is it? It's busted. Why are you busted? What's wrong with you now? Why is there something wrong with every single one of these fucking things? Hey, Dimro, what up? Can I have a send point? No. Nowhere. What's wrong with it? Oh, it's got Yiga shit all over it. Why is this covered in Yiga shit? Oh wait, no, that's not Yiga shit. That's regular shit. What's wrong with it? Hi, definitely not Zelda. Anyway. The Yiga's the upside down one. Is something broken about this in the depths at the bottom of the well? Oh, god damn it. Nothing's fucking easy. Well, nice of them to put water down there. Is he stuck behind this rock? Of course he is. Boom! I hope he stepped back. Hello? The fuck? Oh, we did leave that guy abandoned, didn't we? To get, I don't know, eaten by bokoblins? Like, what do they do? Oh! Elmerson, what are you doing in a place like this? No, it doesn't matter. Could you just help me? What's wrong? Set up traps in the ruins. What a mess. Oh. Can you see that switch? If you press it down, you should be able to get me out of here. There's a cave entrance over there. I got in that way. I'm begging you, mister. You are, I'm gonna make sure I'm facing the right direction. Cool. You're kind of a dick, aren't you? You showed up here to have a job, and you were fucking around stealing treasure. Could you imagine somebody being so foolish as to have a direct mission and job to do, and then get distracted by hunting treasure? Oh, hey, look, that guy. I haven't really found any more bobble frogs, so... Oh, well. The fuck is this cave entrance? There it is. Poplar foothills. architecture in this game is so fucking cool. Hey, stuff. Take this. Hey, 50 bucks! Yo, that's not bad. I'll take 50 bucks. That is what lured me in this trap. I don't even want to look at it anymore. Do whatever you want with it. We don't have time to chat. I have urgent business at the tower. I have to go. Thanks again. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's kind of rude. It's hard to find anything open here. Is that why I have to do everything? Hi, did you fix it?
Oh.
Thanks again for saving me. Maintenance, do the humidity. Okay, cool, thanks. Alright. Let's fucking go! Alright, Gabe is live. I'm gonna set up to go raid Gabe. He is lovely. He's playing Starfield. Go say hi. Send some goblins in the chat. Preferably the screaming ones. Those are my favorite personally. But I'm gonna get on out of here. Thank you so much for joining us. This has been a hell of a lot of fun. We got a lot done today. I am so proud of us. We fought the Gleeok. We beat the Frock. We did so much shit today. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm gonna get on out of here. And you guys have a great day. Bye.